your hands full now, woman, just as soon as I get home. Well, I'm gonna make it up to you for all the time that I've been gone. Well, I'm southbound, mama. Well, I'm southbound, mama. Southbound, mama. Whoa, I'm southbound, mama. Oh, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
I woke up this morning, mama, had a big old honking bone. I woke up this morning, mama, all with my big old bone. I knew, oh Lordy, knew I had to beat the bone. Oh yes, I knew, sweet Lord, I had to beat that dirty old bone. I'm going 12 rounds in the morning, baby, another 12 rounds at night. I done beat my bone so often, Lordy, I know I ain't living right. Had to beat the bone, yeah. Had to beat the bone, beat the bone, yeah. I laid down, mama, I've been working all day. Laid my head down, mama, beating my bone was the only way. I knew the sweet, sweet beating time had come once again. I took my bone out, looked him about and said, sorry, my old friend. I'm going 12 rounds in the morning, baby, another 12 rounds at night. I done beat my bone so often, Lordy, I know I ain't living right. Had to beat the bone, yeah. Had to beat the bone, beat the bone, yeah. I'm going 12 rounds in the morning, baby, another 12 rounds at night. I done beat my bone so often, Lordy, I know I ain't living right. Had to beat the bone, yeah. Had to beat the bone, beat the bone, yeah.
You'll listen up as TC talks, a show that's buck wild. The TC Pool, your favorite streamer. We got the other streamers jealous of the buck. Little do they know that we don't give a fuck. Get ready for the show that'll make you get buck wild. Buck wild. Captain TC Pool gonna make you smile. Make you smile. We'll have your cheeks out and clapping in the wind. Clapping in the wind. TC Talks, we getting buck piled, my friend. In a world full of numbers where the content's running dry, streamer substance just posting meaningless. Oh my, bullshit after bullshit, same old story told again. Oh no, but there's one who's different, who refuses to just blend in. TC Pool's got drive and creativity, with lyrics that go beyond the stream. No numbers can define this artist's worth. 'Cause 2C Pool's got what it takes to stand and conquer the earth.
I'm Captain TC Pool. Welcome to Planet Funkatron. Falconeers, report your status. Are we ready to get buck?
April May here, and all systems are a-go from the Falcon 5 News.
Chuck Buckley here, Captain. We await your command at KPP 101.
Reporting live from Mount Boogie for the Falcon 5 News.
Everything is looking buck wild and good to go, Captain.
For the Funklands, the Brangus Legion is always ready when the captain calls.
From the forests of Finkel, the Huno Kuno stand ready for flight.
We're ready from the skies, Captain! Woo!
We'll always have a brew ready for you, Captain Pool.
Brother, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Get the beans then.
The High Folk of Verdoria answer your call, Captain.
The House of Gearson stands ready with the captain. From the red forests of Poenty to the top of Mount Gizzle, we rally to your banner, Captain Pool. The brew is ready, the kegs are right. We're ready, Captain.
This is your captain speaking. The Hounds of Bezos. Borking.
We'd like to welcome all commanders to this facility.
Welcome in, we're trying to get into the TC Falcon.
All docking procedures within the allocated time.
I don't even have access. We got to get the access. Come on. Come on. There we go. Better access. But not the best. Here we go. Oh my god. My cats are going buck wild.
This facility offers
They're tapping into their
Check your information panel after docking for more details.
into their true buck wild potential. Whoa.
As he reached the bottom of the hill, he saw that the figure stood on the two legs. At 50 yards, it was clear that the figure was too short to be a man or elf, too broad and bulky to be a child.
This is gonna be too loud, maybe, no?
Oh no, Lemmy whispered. Dirty McCringle.
Dirty McCringle.
He reined in the horse sharply. It reared, nearly throwing him from the saddle.
Oh yeah, here we go.
The elaborate brace forged for Lemmy by the smiths of the Brangus Keep made it easier for him to run.
Oh yeah. This. Nice. But then also dice.
Passing from the Melody Mountains to Brangus's domain.
Some of the locations in the video game have brooms that you can fly. And broom flying in VR is crazy.
It is crazy.
We're going over here to the Western Kingdoms of Lula Lane. To the Looming Marshes. Wingo. Welcome. Le Falcon. Le Falcone Bambone. Yeah, the Looming Marshes here at night. There's giant toads here on Planet Funkatron. There's Toad Racing. Toad Racing Grand Prix. It's as buck wild as it sounds.
It is. It's true. But it can get even more buck wild if I go over here trying to get to the secret controls. But you can't see secret controls.
Coastal Creamery. Coastal Creamery. Coastal Creamery.
Coastal Creamery. What?
Yeah, I talk like that.
What?
It was Nasty Nate's potion shop. We gotta get some potions. We gotta get some Funkatronia bean. We gotta move me up a little bit. I'm sitting on a little. What do you think I am? 5'2". Still think that one looks like shit. Hopefully it does. Whoa. Whoa, I just realized that my mouth is in my shades. What is happening? Whoa. Some kind of buck wild chicken magic has been cast on the cat. They're trying to take me down. Let's listen to the new album. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to a God damn it. Let's smoke some buck bottom longleaf, okay? We're gonna smoke a little buck bottom longleaf. Okay. Buck bottom longleaf, of course. was once only grown on planet Funkatron. I mean, Buckwildian. Man, when I do this, it's just kind of crazy. Whoa. You know? They're gringo.
A terrible mixture of dwarf and beast. The transformation completed itself. Just as McQueen.
We gotta get out of here. We gotta go over this way.
Of course. Was once only grown.
Forgot where we're going. Nothing to see here. Just a normal room. Normal boring room. It's kind of crazy, you know? You know? It should be the epic. Whoa. Whoa. We should go to the Drunken Dragon, you know? Yo, Andrew. Long time no see. Good to see you. What's happening? Whoa. We're here in the cantina. On the magic carpet. Thinking, contemplating. Getting lost in Funkatron. Sometimes I feel lost in Funkatron. But then I remember, I know exactly where I am. And where I am is where I'm supposed to be. And where you are is where I wanna be. What's up? What's happening? Yeah, lots new. Last couple of weeks, last 2 or 3 weeks have been cranking out some free web tools for world builders, D&D peoples, dungeon masters, or anybody really. Shahid, what happened? Yeah, I got 3 free web tools. One that lets you build and upload your own map to a 3D solar system and customize it. Another is a 3D timeline builder, where you can save all these things you can save and share with your friends and community. And then a crazy one called the Weather Forge, which Look at Mr. Bean down here. Bean! He's about to belly flop off that ish. Oh, this is a nice, pretty song. But yeah, what? Lots new on the website. Where would be a good place? Oh yeah, the library. We're in a part of the virtual TC Falcon. Anybody can join, free on PC or in VR. The VR experience is incredible. Oh my god, these people scared the ish out of me. Well, maybe we should read about what would be a good shot here. You gonna do like ultra wide here. This is pretty cool. Okay. Not 30, but this ain't it. What? Let me set this up. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice catch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good catch on that. What's up, Shahad? You followed me on Twitter and sent me a message. Nice. What's happening? See, I thought I had... Gonna just set something up real quick. See? Preposterous. Oh well. Well, read it back in, yeah. Go with this all day, huh? Bam. Bang, bang, bang. But we've got to get these filters. And then paste them. Oh, Prince, please. My cat. Okay. It's gonna make me lose my ish. Cool. Yo, take care, Andrew.
You're listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm, Autumn in the Funklands.
Before calendars, before kings, before even the notion of morning and night, there was a sound. It was not a song in any tongue, but a groove without beginning or end, a slow turning current of rhythm that moved through the dark like warm breath. Those who speak of such things call it ye old funk, the first and eldest music. Out of that endless groove, notes rose like sparks and hung upon the nothing between the stars. From those notes stepped the Thalia, beings neither wholly light nor wholly shadow, each carrying a fragment of the primal melody. They did not build with stone or iron, but with tempo and tone. And with their playing, they coaxed the first lights into being. When their opening jam reached its first great crest, the heavens bloomed with stars, and the long, slow fall of worlds began. Among them, small and bright and destined for trouble, spun the world that would one day be named Funkatron. In the far reaches of that first firmament, it is said that the groove wrapped itself around this young world like a cloak, choosing it not for any virtue, but for the simple fact that it listened. The heartbeat of Funkatron was set to the ancient meter of ye old funk, and from that moment on, everything that lived upon it would dance, fight, pray, and argue in time with a song it could not fully hear. In those elder days, the sky of Funkatron was bare, a colorless dome waiting for a story. The Thalia gathered in the silent gulf beyond the young world, and played a slow circling canon, a song of tides and watchful eyes. Dust and stone gathered to their rhythm, coiling and knotting until 3 pale lights took form and began their measured dance. Vraisa, the dancing eye, came first, bright and sharp, casting long silver paths across the oceans. Plesidar followed, a dim and humming lantern whose face never looked the same way twice and whose light stirred secrets in root and bone. Last rose little Numa, the shadow giggle, who delighted in slipping between light and dark and painting the land with half-remembered dreams. Thus the sky received its first companions, and the folk who would come after learned quickly that it was unwise to make vows or start trouble when all 3 moons watched from above. In the oldest tales, bards still speak of a night when all 3 moons aligned and the Thalia danced along their rims, their steps scattering stardust down like snow. Those grains that reached Funkatron took root as strange stones and half-living metals, the seeds of relics that even now hum when the moons share a sky. Not all who are born to harmony choose to remain within it. Among the Thalia, there rose one whose ear tilted forever toward his own reflection in the sound. He called himself Mediocrates, and though his hands were skilled and his tone pure, he could never abide the thought that the groove belonged to all. While the others traded solos in joy, he listened only for the moments where his note might stand alone. In the stillness between sessions, he slipped away, drifting beyond the great Yon Yon, where the echoes of ye old funk grew thin and the void waited, hungry. There he tried to raise his own song, offbeat and out of key with the melody that had birthed him. The universe did not shatter, but it flinched. From that crooked tune seeped the first stale airs of envy, sloth, and small cruelties. Worlds began to know famine, not born of soil, but of hoarded plenty, and the shadows between stars learned to whisper promises that sounded almost true. The Thalia felt the dissonance like grit between strings, and knew that one of their own had broken from the circle. In quiet conclaves, they argued whether a note once bent could ever be brought back into tune. While they debated, Mediocrates gathered listeners of his own out in the dark, teaching them how to turn every shared song into a ladder only one might climb. When the discord of Mediocrates could no longer be ignored, the sky itself became a battlefield. Across 1,000 systems, free worlds dimmed as his followers marched under banners of smudged light and broken rhythm. They passed through gates of shadow and descended on the heavenly plains, a vast expanse of radiant stone where the grooves of the Thalia ran like veins. There, heroes from worlds that had never before spoken met for the first time, their languages braided together by a shared refusal to be flattened into silence. They came in shining mail and patched leather, in robes and rags and nothing at all, bearing relics and relic to be. Swords that sang when drawn, drums that could call rain, banners that would not burn. The Thalia themselves took the field, not as distant gods, but as musicians sweating under the weight of their own fear. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Gurmungers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrates was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, On certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they did not hear. In the quiet that follows a great noise, even gods move carefully. The Thalia walked among the worlds that had bled for them, and saw how thin some hopes had become. To those houses who had stood when others fell, they offered more than thanks. In the foundries of light that circle the upper airs, they forged relics of power, each tuned to a world and a people, each capable of catching the stray notes of mediocrities before they took root. For Funkatron they wrought the Buckstone, a dense shard of crystallized groove, heavy as guilt and bright as forgiveness. They set within it echoes of the undying jam that had first birthed the stars, so that any hand worthy to bear it would feel both the weight of history and the permission to improvise. At the same time, they turned their craft toward smaller seeds. From the heart of ye old funk, they distilled the 7 beans of power: wit, rhythm, rage, reverie, nourishment, memory, and a 7th whose true name is spoken only in the dreams of those who have not yet been born. Each bean was planted in some hidden corner of Funkatron, entrusted not to kings, but to soil and weather and the stubborn patience of roots. In later centuries, when farmers found odd sprouting patterns in their fields, or when a single cup of stew carried comfort far beyond its ingredients, old storytellers would nod and tap their noses. Somewhere beneath those furrows, they claimed, a fragment of a sacred bean had stirred and remembered the song of its making. After the beans were hidden in the dark, the world itself answered in kind. Across the Funklands, a handful of saplings appeared, where no seed had been planted by mortal hand. They rose swiftly, not in crude haste, but with the steady certainty of things that remember how they were made. Their roots dove deep toward the slumbering beans. Their branches climbed high into the winds that still carried the last shreds of Thalia song. These were the great trees, each a living bridge between relic and rainfall, between the old music and the small lives beating beneath it. Around their trunks, tribes and towns would one day gather for judgment, festival, and the quiet business of simply existing. Beneath their shade, first treaties were sworn and first betrayals whispered. Though scholars now argue over which tree is eldest and which most powerful, the oldest farmers will tell you that each grew where the world itself felt a thin place in its own bark, a spot that needed thickening lest mediocrity's sour notes seep back in, deep under the jagged crowns of the Crizzle Mountains, where sunlight had never yet troubled the stone. A different kind of music seeped through the rock. Moist air breathed through caverns veined with pale fungus, and in those still-puddled halls, strange caps unfurled. They glowed with unearthly color, not like torchlight or stars, but like the after-image of a dream you are certain you did not have. When spores rose from their gills, they carried whispers, not in words, but in remembered feelings and half-forgotten songs. It was there that the first wanderers, lost or driven below by storms, inhaled by accident, and saw the world come apart into glyphs and currents. They learned that by tracing signs in the air and shaping their breath, they could lean upon the hidden patterns that threaded all things. Later ages would call this sporesery, the subtle art of listening to what grows in the dark and persuading it, gently or not, to do as you ask. Some came back from those caverns with new wisdom, some with new madness, and some with smiles that never quite reached their eyes again. Yet from that time on, the earth beneath Funkatron was never wholly quiet. Circles of sporelocks would one day found their orders in these halls, swearing to walk the narrow path between medicine and poison, between insight and obsession.
That's right.
After the thunder of war and the shrill cries of broken stars, the universe entered a slower, steadier measure. On Funkatron, this new tempo was felt most keenly in the soil. Forests thickened their trunks and stretched their crowns. Rivers abandoned old beds for new, as if trying on courses the way a minstrel tries on verses. Hills that had once been bare shrugged on mantles of grass and scrub. It seemed as though the world had decided to draw a long breath and consider what might be grown instead of what might be slain. This is the span sages call the Age of Seeds, though the scholars of later days wrap it inside the long shadow of the first age of funk. It was an era of beginnings, of small experiments, of clans and creatures learning to share valleys and skies. No king yet claimed all the lands of the Funklands. No single song commanded all the halls. But among the camps and cairns, the first stories that would shape the future were already being told. In that gentler age, the seven beans slept beneath field and forest, and each new sprout that pushed its way into the light carried in its own small fashion an echo of the relics that slumbered deeper still. On the shoulder of a mountain that would later be called Boogie, dwarves found a cavern whose stone rang like a drum when struck, and whose air tasted faintly of barley. There they raised Thunderbrew Hall, carving its pillars in the shapes of casks and its arches in the shapes of foaming steins. At first, it was only a meeting place for miners too stubborn to admit they were exhausted, a spot to share ale and argue over whose tunnel had the richer vein. In time, it became a sanctum, the beating heart of a house that believed brewing could be as sacred as forging or fighting. Within its deepest chambers, the Thunderbrew masters experimented with yeasts that remembered songs, with barrels seasoned in spore-lit caves, with stews that could mend courage worn thin by grief. Visitors climbed the mountain for an evening's drink and left 3 days later with new friends, a new tattoo, and a vow never again to insult dwarven craftsmanship in any public venue. From Thunderbrew Hall would come not only beverages, but heroes, shamans, and the occasional troublemaker who insisted on adding mushrooms to everything. Beneath the roots of the Melody Mountains, where stone still remembered the touch of Gomunga claws, the Thalia took up their mallets once more. They sought a folk who could live close to the bones of the world, who would love stone not simply as a resource, but as a companion. From resonant granite and veins of iron, they carved stout forms, compact and enduring. When a dwarf shape pleased them, they struck its sternum with a hammer of pure creme, and the note that rang out became that clan's heartbeat. Thus were the first dwarves awakened, coughing dust and laughter in the same breath. From them would rise houses whose names still carry weight in every hall with a proper taproom. Thunderbrew, who married stone to barrel and turned brewing into scripture. Highhammer, whose forges beat time for whole armies. And Brinebeard, who taught ships to trust their keels even when the sea roared in 7 voices at once. In those days, the dwarves did not yet know their destinies, only that tunnels wanted digging, ore wanted freeing, and songs wanted singing loud enough to rattle stalactites from the ceiling.
I'm Captain T.C. Poole.
When a dwarf first raised a mug and toasted the echo of his own voice, the mountains themselves seemed to chuckle in reply. For a long while, Funkatron knew the tread of stone-born dwarves, the flicker of elven groves, the splash and cackle of goob-gobs in marsh and fen. Then, in the empty spaces between these older peoples, something softer stirred. Wandering chord echoes that had drifted low over plains and shorelines began to knot themselves together, drawing dust and water and breath into new shapes. These shapes were neither as long-lived as elves, nor as enduring as dwarves. Yet there was a restlessness in them that the others lacked. They woke beneath unfamiliar constellations, with no memory of having slept, and immediately started arguing about which way was east. Thus came humankind, bare of claw or shell, their defenses mostly cleverness and stubbornness, their fashions immediately regrettable. They took to stories as ducks take to water, and before long, every fire from coast to forest edge had someone holding forth about what might lie beyond the next hill. The older peoples watched them with a mix of fondness and alarm, sensing that this new race would complicate matters in ways no prophecy had prepared them for. The prophecies had not, for instance, accounted for the speed with which humans could improvise a plan that was both heroic and deeply unwise. For centuries, Mount Groove Core had muttered in its sleep, sending tremors through stone halls and making tankards rattle in far-off taverns. Then, on a day still argued about by chroniclers, it woke. The mountain didn't burst in ash and ruin, but in sound. From its throat poured a column of light and rhythm that climbed into the sky, rippling across clouds, across the very faces of the moons. Birds forgot how to flap their wings and simply rode the vibration. Rivers rose in their beds and fell again, laughing. Every drum within 1,000 miles answered, whether hand struck it or not. From that downbeat on, the folk of Funkatron knew that something had changed. Calendars reset themselves, kings recalculated the dates of their own legitimacy, and grandmothers everywhere declared that this was exactly what they had been telling people about for years. The scholars named the new count after Funk, and the span that followed the first age of Funk. But among common folk it was simply called the time when things really started happening. In hidden valleys and high towers, relics shivered as if some great old song had returned to the verse after a long wander through improvisation. Those who were listening closely heard, beneath the roar of celebration, a deeper theme waking in the world, one that would not resolve for many ages to come. On the misted shores of Deeb Lake, the quiet pact between water and name was broken. In earlier days, those who fell beneath those waters were grieved and remembered, their names carried in song by the living. Over time, forgotten dead weighed heavy on the lake's floor, and something in its depths began to hunger. Letters slipped loose from headstones, syllables faded on old lips, and the lost names sank, gathering in the dark like silt. At last the lake rose up, not in flood, but in awareness. It began to steal the names of those who drowned in it, drawing their identities down and wrapping them around a single, cold will. Thus the Lich of Deeb was born, a mind made of stolen stories, a hatred formed from all the lives the world had let slip. The war that followed is spoken of only in fragments, for those who saw it whole do not sleep easily. Some recall a moment when the plains themselves rose up, every stone ringing with the note of defiance. Others speak of the silent charge of the Goremongers, titans of rock whose footfalls were like falling mountains. In the end, Mediocrities was thrown down and bound with cords of his own twisted music, his armies scattered like blown ash. He was carried beyond the great Yon-Yon and cast where even the brave prefer not to point. Yet the bruise his rebellion left on reality never quite faded. In certain keys, on certain nights, musicians still find sour notes in their scales that no teacher remembers placing there, and the wise pretend they didn't hear. There are times when war can be ended only by the same weapons that began the world. On the day that would later be marked in solemn ink, the armies didn't march to Deeb Lake with blades bared, but with drums. Circles of drummers from Brel, From Gearson, from halls and hovels no scribe would ever visit, gathered on the shingle and placed their hands on worn skins. At a signal older than language they began. The rhythm they played was simple, but heavy as a closed door. It kept to no single culture's pattern, but borrowed from all, weaving a beat that spoke of birth, of grief, of the small kindnesses that persist even under tyrants. As the hours passed, the waters started to tremble, then to still. The Lich of Deeb, wrapped in the names of the forgotten, found itself surrounded by memories of laughter and stubborn love for those same lives. By dusk, the lake lay flat as glass. The Lich was not destroyed, for such things seldom are, but bound in a sleep defined not by chains, but by remembrance. This binding became known as the Armistice of Deep Beats, and ever after, those who passed Deeb Lake at twilight could sometimes hear an answering thrum on the water, if they listened with their feet instead of their ears. In taverns far away, old soldiers who had been there never quite agreed on the exact pattern that had been played, yet each could tap out some fragment upon a table. When those fragments overlapped, the room would fall quiet for a long heartbeat as the air remembered the lake's stillness. In the years after Deeb fell silent, another kind of truce was forged far from any lake shore. Beneath the Crizzle Mountains, the circles of Sporelocks had grown in power and worry both. Their arts could heal fields and twist minds, call memories to the surface, or press them gently back into sleep. The undying war had shown them how easily names and stories could be stolen. They knew that in the wrong hands, Sporsiri might become a quieter, subtler version of Deeb's horror. So the elders of the deepest circles called a concord. In caverns lit by caps that remembered the first Thalia songs, representatives from every known order sat upon stone seats, slick with age, and debated what was owed to the world above. Voices were raised, spores were flung, and more than one delegate left with a nose permanently tinged violet. In the end, they bound their art with oaths rather than chains. No Sporlock would henceforth rip names from unwilling minds, nor bind the dead to walk, nor brew draughts that erased entire lives from memory. When such things were needed in desperate times, they would be done openly and with witnesses, never again in quiet corners. The Concord did not prevent every abuse, but it set a line in the mycelial dark, a boundary that would echo in later ages, whenever some new power tried to rewrite the world's story without consent. What began as a scatter of tents around a particularly reliable stew pot grew in time into a city whose name is written with an exclamation point in most marginalia. On the southeastern edges of Brel, traders and wanderers had long paused beneath the spreading limbs of an ancient tree whose roots were rumored to cradle a being older than nations. Here they rested, argued prices, mended gear, and invented 3/4 of the insults now in common use. As more folk arrived, someone built a proper pot over a proper fire and began serving bowls to anyone who could pay, or at least tell a decent story. One festival followed another, and before long there were more permanent roofs than wagons. A charter was drawn up, mostly to tell people where they were not allowed to relieve themselves, and signed beneath the tree's low boughs. Thus the boomtown of Brel was incorporated, its crest bearing not a lion or tower, but a steaming bowl and a spoon held like a scepter. From that day to this, the city has stood as a place where news and nonsense meet, where lords and laborers share benches, and where a traveler in need can always find a meal, a rumor, and at least 3 terrible ideas for how to solve their problems. Some say the ancient being beneath the tree listens to all of this and laughs quietly to itself. pleased that its shade shelters so much chaos. For generations there had been whispers of a quiet order whose members walked where treaties were inked and kings were crowned, whose faces never quite settled in memory. In the year 700 AF, those whispers finally resolved into a name. In dusty Gearson ledgers and nervous Brellian minutes, the same word appeared again and again in cramped notation at the margins of great events: Inquest. They were not a kingdom, nor a guild, nor an easily bribed council. They were a question given legs and cloak, tasked with asking who truly profited when history turned. They attended coronations and funerals in equal measure, listened to the speeches of generals, and sat through endless committee meetings without once falling asleep. Rumor claimed they could read lies the way a mason reads cracks in stone. Others swore that they served only the balance of the ages and would gladly topple a dynasty to preserve a single honest promise. From that time onward, no major pact upon Funkatron was signed without at least one spare, robed figure watching from the shadows, quill ready, eyes hooded, weighing every word like a coin on a scale. Children in Boomtown told scary stories of inquest agents who could step out of reflections and ink stains, although anyone who ever met one, in truth, found them more weary than terrifying. Yet when the Third Age drew near and relics began to stir, it was the Inquest archives that held the clearest map of how the past had led, step by stubborn step, to the brink. The First Age of Funk closed not with a single cataclysm, but with a long, slow swell. Trade routes had grown fat and tangled, crossing mountains and seas in patterns that no one mind could fully grasp. Maps sprawled across tavern tables, corrected and defaced by every traveler who passed. No one kingdom held the world, yet no corner of Funkatron could pretend that distant quarrels did not affect its own harvests. In this web of roads and rumors, the Second Age of Funk began. Some call it the Age of Reach, others the Age of Bad Ideas Made Possible. Magic that had once clung to high peaks and hidden groves began to ride in carts and cling to the hems of merchants' coats. Relics that should have stayed locked in vaults changed hands for promises and coin. There were wonders, floating caravans over Lula Lion, farms where beans sang themselves ripe, taverns where you could hear a story from 7 continents in one evening. There were dangers as well, as old evils found new roots into the hearts of cities. It was into this restless, expanding world that one particular troublemaker was born. The air itself seemed to hum with potential, as if the world were an instrument that had just been tuned and set back in its stand, waiting for someone foolish enough to play it. In a year whose official records list nothing more remarkable than a moderately successful bean harvest, a child drew his first breath beneath a sky crowded with stars. The omens, if any, were small. A kettle refused to boil until a song was finished. A flock of birds changed direction mid-flight and traced the outline of a ship against the moon. Somewhere, an old Gurmonger shifted its weight beneath the crust and grumbled in its sleep. None of these were enough to make the scribes take note, yet the world itself seemed to lean a little closer, as if listening for a name. The child would be called T.C. Poole, though later centuries would hang enough titles around that name to bend a lesser neck. He grew in a world already rich with legends and relics, where the stories told at his bedside concerned not only kings and dragons, but radio stations, frog races, and lawyers from other planets. From an early age, he displayed an alarming tendency to ask what lay beyond the next hill, the next star, the next bad decision. Those who knew him in youth remember a boy who could not pass a locked door without wondering what was kept behind it, nor hear a half-told story without demanding the missing verses. By the time he first set eyes on the T.C. Falcon, the ship that would become both refuge and weapon, the groove of his life was already in motion, a riff woven through the long chords of the Second Age. No one becomes a captain without first being very lost. In his youth, Poole wandered far beyond the safe circles his elders had traced upon maps. He worked for a time on brine-beard ships that smelled of salt and old songs, learning how to read waves the way sages read omens. He spent a winter in Thunderbrew Hall, washing tankards and listening to stories that would later surface in his own tall tales, polished and exaggerated in all the best places. He traveled on foot with mink-dink caravans, who taught him that every shortcut hides at least 3 new problems, and spent a regrettable month in Lula-Len betting on frog races until his coin purse and his patience were both emptied. In Vidoriath, he sat beneath trees older than his entire bloodline and heard in the distance the faint echo of the heavenly chords that had birthed the world. These wanderings did not make him wiser in any simple way. They did something stranger. They taught him that every place on Funkatron believed itself to be the center of the story, and that the truth was instead threaded crookedly between them all. When he later walked the decks of the Falcon, he carried those threads with him, woven into the way he looked at the stars. Ships had sailed the Funkatronic skies before, but none quite like the one that came to be known as the T.C. Falcon. Forged in secret docks and louder arguments, the vessel was a patchwork of ideals, dwarven steel from Thunderbrew halls, bean-steamed engines designed by minds that did not consider safety railings essential, and arcane stabilizers whose runes had been hastily translated from Tronixian schematics. Its hull bore the scars of a dozen prototypes and the blessings of 3 separate religions, 2 of which no longer technically existed. On the day of her maiden voyage, the launch bay swarmed with onlookers, gamblers, prophets, and the sort of people who always show up when something might explode. At the heart of this crowd stood Poole, one hand on the rail, the other resting on the spine of a book that should never have left its lockbox. When the engines roared to life, bowls rattled from shelves in taverns half a continent away. The Falcon rose, dipping once as if deciding whether this whole business was wise, then punched through cloud and into the higher dark, dragging Poole, his crew, and the story of Funkatron toward places no sensible map acknowledged. In that moment, the Falcon ceased to be merely a machine and became what all great ships become. A question, flung at the universe with both hands. Far from the familiar lights of Brel and Gearson lies Buckwildian, a world carved in war and crowned in dragonfire. When Poole first descended into its skies, the planet was locked in a struggle that had chewed up mountains and shaken fortresses to rubble. The House of Firestone, kin in spirit, if not in blood, to every stubborn dwarf that ever gripped an axe, stood with their backs to halls half buried in ash. Above them wheeled the father of dragons, Bakraleon, whose wings blotted out the stars and whose patience for mortals had been largely exhausted. At the center of the conflict lurked evil Soros, whose armies found strength in despair and whose banners promised an end to all troublesome hope. To turn the tide, Poole sought audience with Bakraleon and was rewarded first with a blast of flame and a brief but educational duel. Only when the dragon tasted the captain's refusal to yield did he listen to what Poole had brought from the long strains of Ye Old Funk. Together with Firestone dwarves and a skyful of dragons, Poole drove Soros's forces into rout and secured the Buckstone that had lain half forgotten beneath Buckwildian's crust. In gratitude, the dwarves gifted him a shard of that ancient relic, a fragment that would later glow in the heart of the Falcon Forge like a captured sunrise, humming softly whenever trouble drew near. Bards in Thunderbrew halls still argue over whether Pool's courage or his foolishness weighed more in that battle. The dragons, for their part, simply remember that on that day, a mortal stood his ground in the teeth of dragonfire and refused to blink first. Relics do not sit easily beside ordinary tools. After Buckwildian, the shard of Buckstone rode in a box that made everyone aboard the Falcon nervous. It sang softly to itself in the night and warmed at the mention of places it had never been. Pool knew that such a thing could not simply be left on a shelf, nor wielded carelessly like a spare wrench. With help from Thunderbrew smiths and a sporlock who owed him 3 favors and a pair of boots, Pool reshaped a bay in the Falcon's lower decks into what would become known as the Falcon Forge. Its walls were inlaid with sigils that bent stray magic away from the engines. Its anvil was cut from stone that had once lain beneath Groovecore itself. Above the main workbench, suspended in a frame of brass and old promises, the Buckstone shard took pride of place. Here weapons were tempered not only in heat, but in story. Armor was etched with glyphs that told jokes only the wearer understood. The forge became as much chapel as workshop, a place where Pool and his crew could argue with their ghosts while hammering the future into shape. From that day forward, any enemy who faced the Falcon faced not only steel and spell, but a ship whose heart beat to the rhythm of an ancient relic that refused to be silent. Some books are meant to be read in quiet libraries. Some demand chanting and candlelight. The Naughty Book of Secrets is not among these. Hidden for ages in vaults, no one quite remembered how to open. The NBOS was a knot of lore and mischief, bound in leather that never stayed the same color for long. Within its pages swirled half-forgotten treaties, recipes that should not be attempted indoors, and the sort of prophecies that always begin with the words, "Whatever you do, do not." Scholars had died trying to catalogue it. Thieves had vanished trying to steal it. For a time, the safest course had been to pretend the thing did not exist. Pool, being Pool, did the opposite. In a chain of incidents that would later be described by the inquest as ill-advised but undeniably effective, he infiltrated, bluffed, and occasionally exploded his way through those defenses and lifted the NBOS from its resting place. The book took poorly to captivity and warped 3 holsters before allowing itself to be housed in the Falcon's Loratorium. From that day on, it became both shield and lodestone, drawing toward Pool all who sought power over Funkatron's past or future, and whispering in his ear whenever silence might have been the wiser course. Crew members swear that on certain nights, when the ship hangs between stars, the book's pages turn themselves, and diagrams no mortal hand has drawn crawl across the parchment before fading like breath on glass. Deep in the rat-run gutters beneath 100 cities, a crown of twisted cutlery gleamed in the dark. The Rat King, sovereign of all that scurried between floorboard and drain, had long heard rumors of the Naughty Book of Secrets. Where others coveted its lore for prophecy or dominion, he desired simply the leverage it might grant in the endless war between those above and those below. When Beth Jesus began to move his pieces in the wider cosmos, coin and poison both passed into the Rat King's paws. One damp midnight, he stood atop a mound of old refuse and declared a bounty on Pool and the NBOS that made even hardened assassins choke on their ale. From that hour, sewers in distant ports grew rowdier as cutthroats, bounty hunters, and ambitious vermin jockeyed to be the first to follow squeaking maps to the TC Falcon. Pool responded in the only way that made sense to him. He tightened security, sharpened his wit, and made sure the Loratorium had plenty of cheese. The stage was set for clashes in alleyways, ambushes during ceremonies, and at least one memorable incident involving a cabbage cart and an explosion that no one has yet taken formal responsibility for. For ages, the Mink Dinks had been treated as amusing footnotes in other people's histories. Small, quick, and sharp of tongue, they tilled fields others ignored, mended machines others had given up on, and found paths through forests where even druids got lost. Yet in council halls, they were granted only the smallest benches and the least comfortable cups. Their contributions were praised in song and forgotten in lore. That began to change when envoys from the Mink Dink boroughs appeared uninvited at a conclave in Brel, carrying scrolls legal enough to frighten even the inquest. They demanded, in language both precise and delightfully insulting, recognition of their right to govern their own affairs and to be paid properly for services rendered. The debates that followed lasted months and featured several walkouts, one duel, and an incident with a frog that the minutes politely describe as unplanned performance art. In the end, the council had little choice but to acknowledge what reality had long known. The Mink Dinks were granted autonomy, their small kingdom marked on maps with lines as firm as any empire's, and the world became at once more just and significantly more chaotic. Since that day, any treaty that fails to account for Mink Dink interests is considered not worth the parchment it is penned on, at least by those who do not enjoy waking up to find all their spoons missing. Boomtown of Brel had never lacked for characters, but even by its own standards, the election of Mayor Gorp was an event. Gorp was not a war hero, nor a great scholar, nor even particularly organized. What he possessed was an iron stomach, a gift for remembering names, and the uncanny ability to be standing exactly where things were about to become interesting. He had poured drinks for Thunderbrew lords and goob-gob pranksters, patched up brawls, soothed crying children, and once negotiated a truce between two rival bean merchants while hanging upside down from a signpost. When he announced his candidacy, most of the serious people laughed. When he won by a margin that suggested half the city had written his name in unprompted, the laughter turned to a slightly nervous respect. Under his watch, Boomtown became louder, brighter, and more itself than ever, drawing in wanderers, misfits, and would-be heroes like moths to a lantern. Orderly folk tutted and muttered that one day the place would simply roll off its foundations and disappear into legend. Others pointed out that this was, more or less, the point. Somewhere in the city records there is still a crumpled scrap on which Gorp wrote his first policy. Make sure everyone has a story to tell when they leave. By that measure, his term was a resounding success. On a night when the rain came down in threads rather than sheets, a new kind of fire was lit above Boomtown. From a crooked tower patched together from older dreams and newer debts, the first signal of KPP 101 slouched into the air. It was not much to look at, a flicker on old dials and a line on newer screens, but the sound that rode upon it wrapped around Funkatron like a familiar coat. Music, stories, and late-night confessions drifted on that frequency, winding their way into kitchens, guard posts, and lonely outposts where even frogs had gone quiet. They called it the Quiet Storm. Though anyone who has listened for long knows it has little to do with silence. Hosts with honeyed voices and too many secrets spoke of distant battles and small kindnesses, of frog races in Lula Lane and political scandals in Gierson, of old songs newly remembered. Travelers tuned in as they crossed mountain passes, taking comfort in the knowledge that if the world was going mad, At least someone was narrating it stylishly. In later years, KPP 101 would become a thread binding far-flung corners of Funkatron into a single, quarrelsome family. On that first night, though, it was simply a promise whispered into the dark. You are not alone out there. It is said that even Bef Jesus listens, though he would never admit which programs he prefers. Far beyond Funkatron, where the scars of mediocrities still festered in the dark, an old ambition stirred. Bef Jesus, once a mortal henchman of the outcast Thalia, and now something far stranger, stepped out of legend and into the ledgers. He had watched the Second Age of Funk unfold with cold interest, noting every relic unearthed, every being disturbed, every foolish hero who reached for power without understanding the cost. Where others saw chaos, he saw a marketplace ripe for consolidation. In a proclamation that rang through seedy cantinas and respectable boardrooms alike, Jesus placed a bounty upon Captain Poole and the Naughty Book of Secrets, so extravagant that even those who doubted its authenticity could not ignore it. 1 billion Poolong, they said, for the tome and the man who carried it. Enough to buy a small moon or several wars or time. From that moment, the quiet dangers that had gathered around Poole sharpened into knives. Old rivals reconsidered their grudges. New enemies were born in the space of signed contracts. Somewhere beyond the great Yon Yon, Mediocrities smiled in his sleep, sensing that the stage was being swept and lit for his possible return. In the Loratorium of the TC Falcon, the Buckstone Shard and the Naughty Book pulsed once, in opposite tempos, as if in brief, uneasy conversation about the days to come. Ages do not turn on the stroke of a bell. They lean, they creak, they sigh into place. By the time chroniclers agreed that the second age of funk had given way to the third, the old certainties were already fraying. Trade still flowed, but caravans now rode under heavier guard. The sky was still bright, but there were corners of it that sailors pretended not to see. Bean harvests grew strange, with some fields flourishing beyond all reason and others lying fallow, no matter how lovingly tended. Those who listened closely heard of outlying stars gone dark without war or catastrophe, of statues weeping rust, of Gurmunger bones humming in uneasy chords. Spore currents curled in new directions beneath the Crizzle Mountains, and even the Goob Gobs laughed a little more quietly when the moons rose. This slow tightening of the world's breath became known as the Gathering Storms, the long prelude to whatever song the Third Age intended to sing. It was in that charged stillness that new orders rose, old feuds rekindled, and invitations, written in many hands, began to make their way toward the TC Falcon. In the corners of taverns and the footnotes of the Daily Brel, people began to use a new phrase, half joke and half prayer. We live in interesting times. Long before anyone put a proper name to it, the sickness had a sound. It began as small things. Songs that once set taverns alight now left patrons nodding politely and going home early. Street performers who had juggled knives and frogs to wild applause found that crowds stared past them at bland posters promising safer entertainments. A dull sameness crept into markets and meeting halls alike, smoothing edges, quieting arguments, sanding down anything that threatened to be truly memorable. Bards started to mutter about a force they could not see, something that fed upon blandness and grew fat on compromise. Sporlocks noticed regions of the mycelial lattice where no dream seemed to grow. KPP 101 received an increasing number of complaints that certain broadcasts had become too weird, written in the precise, bloodless language of committees. In back rooms and late-night radio segments, a phrase emerged to name this creeping flattening of the world: galactic lame. Few took it seriously at first. That was its advantage. Lame always looks harmless until you realize half your favorite things have vanished while you were busy filling out forms. In the shaded halls beneath Brel's great trees, where sunlight filters through leaves like gold sifted through fingers, a decision was made. For too long, the Hidden Kingdom had relied upon old alliances and older wards, trusting in the goodwill of neighbors and the thickness of its own roots. Yet rumors of Bef Jessos and his quiet acquisitions of rat kings and relics had reached even the most patient elders. They looked out over a world where storms gathered beyond the horizon and knew that secrecy alone would no longer serve. So the protectors of Brel were chartered, not as conquerors, but as guardians with the authority to stand openly between their people and whatever sought to unmake them. Their sigil bore tree, crown, and shield entwined, and their oaths bound them to defend not only Brel itself, but the fragile harmony woven through the Funklands. Within their ranks marched veterans of the Undying War, young idealists fresh from academy halls, dwarven shield-bearers, human scouts, and even a few mink-dinks who refused to be left out of anything so dramatic. At their head stood officers whose names would become curses and prayers in equal measure, as politics, prophecy, and personal grudges collided beneath the boughs. Old Thunderbrew elders muttered that nothing good ever came of uniforms and polished boots. Young recruits polished their boots anyway, dreaming of glory, never suspecting how often heroism smells of mud, fear, and lukewarm stew. Stories had always moved through Funkatron like weather, changing as they passed from mouth to mouth. In the Third Age, someone decided to start writing them down daily. The first issue of the Daily Brel slid from rattling presses with ink still damp and corners still crooked. Its pages carried market prices and missing goat notices, alongside tales of goob-gob mischief, Thunderbrew festivals, and rare, uncomfortable questions about where certain taxes actually went. The paper was meant only for the folks of Boomtown at first, something to read with morning stew, yet copies have a way of traveling when stories are good. Soon crumpled sheets of the Daily Brel were turning up in Gearson taverns, on Thunderbrew taproom tables, in Loo La Lane frog stables, even washed up in the marshes of Hilky Bay. Some read it for the obituaries, some for the weather, some for the biting little editorials that dared to mention Jesus and mediocrities in the same breath as local council meetings. In an age where powers, both mortal and mythic, sought to control the narrative of reality, the Daily Brel became a modest, stubborn counterspell, insisting that ordinary lives and small absurdities mattered as much as grand prophecies. Children wrapped their lunches in its pages, generals clipped articles they pretended not to have seen. Somewhere aboard the TC Falcon, a crew member used it to wedge a door open and, pausing to read, learned something that would later save a life. High above the squeaking world of the Rat King, there hangs another realm entirely, ruled not by vermin, but by mice of unexpected courage. On Nibelheim, in the bright courts of King Nibelheim VII, preparations had been made for a ceremony of honor. Captain Poole, whose mad path had crossed more than one royal headache, was to be awarded the Sash of Nibelheim, a relic of such storied pedigree that court historians had written 3 contradictory books about it. Musicians tuned their instruments, chefs fussed over crumbs with military precision, and the king's tiny knights polished their acorn helmets until they shone like moons. Into this whir of ceremony crept treachery. The Rat King, swollen with Jezosian promises, and his own rancor led assassins through ducts and shadowed crawl spaces, intending to seize both Poole and the naughty Book of Secrets in one brazen snatch. What he had not reckoned on was Prince Nibblesworth and the bite of loyalty. In the chaos that followed, mice clashed with rats in battles no larger folk would ever fully see. Corridors rang with war squeaks, and Poole found himself fighting shoulder to shoulder with warriors scarcely taller than his handspan. When the dust settled, the Rat King lay defeated and was carried off in chains to the only prison audacious enough to hold him, a cell aboard the TC Falcon itself, where his complaints could keep the engines company. To this day, if you press your ear to a certain bulkhead on the Falcon, you can hear distant squeaking arguments about cheese, destiny, and whose fault it all was. There comes a point in every story where scattered misfortunes reveal themselves as the opening act of something larger. By the current year of the Third Age, the signs had become too many to ignore. Beans failed in patterns that matched no known blight, only old prophecies. Spore currents drew sigils under the earth that made seasoned sporelocks wake drenched in cold sweat. Relics long thought safely hidden began to glow beneath dust-covered tarps, as if sensing someone calling their names from very far away. So emissaries were summoned, called not only by royal decree or inquest seal, but by dreams, by radio broadcasts, by stubborn rumors that refused to die. From Thunderbrew halls came dwarven brewers who could turn courage into liquid and pour it into a cup. From Brinebeard coves came sailors who had seen the Yinkleberry shoals and lived. From Verdoriath came elves whose songs could coax secrets from stone and tree. Minkdinks arrived uninvited, of course, and refused to leave. They gathered in the halls of lore aboard the TC Falcon, that wandering fortress of steel and story, and there forged something the world had not known since the heavenly plains. A fellowship, sworn not to a crown, but to the groove itself. They called it the Fellowship of Funk. Their charge was simple and impossible: to stand against galactic lame, to keep Beth Yezos from seizing the relics and freeing mediocrities, and to ensure that, whatever darkness rose, the music of Funkatron would go on. If the ages are chords in a song older than stars, then the Fellowship is the hand that reaches out, mid-performance, and dares to bend the note. Somewhere beyond the great Yon-Yon, something listens, frowns, and begins to tap its foot.
All right, Falconies, Falconeers. Oh, I made our own Reddit, our own subreddit. It's called Funkatron. Let's go. Chapter 12 of The Hobbit is up on YouTube as well. I've been narrating the whole damn book. Da 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 see so she da da swing 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 da da boo 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 boo. And we've been clanging and banging. Hey, Scoob. What's up? I remember the name. Long time ago. Oh, yes. 5 years ago on Omegle. Damn. Yeah. Oh, the old Omegle days. That's crazy. That shit's crazy. In the land of before time. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know when the last time you were here was, but whole lot's changed around y'all. I don't even know where to start. At the website, which is what we're about to go look at. I can't believe that much of a PC. Yes, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Let's get back onto KPP with the one join. And then, whoop, play. No. Hey, nice. Let's go. Go. Alright, what? What? What in the world was I had to gather my thoughts now for what the hell we're doing? What I had on the docket. Some ish I needed to get done. Okay. Yeah. Well, we gotta solve this issue. Okay, we got that question asked. Yeah, here we go. Stein culture. A Lore Master's Guide. There's some proper dwarven music though. KPP 101. Look at Boo Boo looking something in the window. It's okay, buddy. He was thinking I was getting on to him. Bold little guy. Born in a beast's wake, the Thunderbrew dwarves first awoke deep under the Milled Mountains, in caverns carved long ago by colossal Gurmunga. The beast's primordial tunneling left behind a network of ready-made hollows that became their first kingdom. A home they inherited without lifting a single pickaxe. Like a slide sound. Look at all those dwarves just waiting to get their chest struck with the hammer of pure cream. What's going on? It's creation myth. Damn it.
When I put my head down, play when I'm nailed down at the view.
Yes, KPP 101, the quiet storm? Question mark? I'm gonna look for something here. And then I will find it. And then I will. Okay, we're gonna go back wild. That's right. Yeah. Buck wild if you went buck wild with me tonight. I will go buck wild with delight. Old Pappy found you. I couldn't believe it was you. That's when I went buck wild all the longest time. That's right. What an incredible stop. All of that. Start it back up though. Hang on. I know what you're thinking. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah, we need to do no body quake, yeah. Look at that. That's good.
When TC Pool hits the stage, it's a party game. Buckwild music, set the world aflame. Top turnbuckle, he's taking the crown. King, booty shaking, seismic booty activity. Feel the rhythm, feel the bass. Everybody get up and move your waist. Booty quake, dance all around. Shake it, baby, from the speakers to the ground. TC Pool's music, next level sound. Get ready for the booty quake, it's about to go down. Oh yeah, shake it, shake it, shake it. Oh, yeah. When TC Pool hits the stage, it's a party game. Buckwild music, set the world aflame. Top turnbuckle, he's taking the crown. King, booty shaking, seismic boot activity. Feel the rhythm, feel the bass. Everybody get up and move your waist. Booty quake, dance all around. Shake it, baby, from the speakers to the ground. TC Pool's music, next level sound. Get ready for the booty quake, it's about to go down. Ooh yeah, shake it, strap on. Shake it, strap on. Shake it, oh yeah. When the cheeks drop, the ground starts shake. The fault lines are given. Here comes a booty quake, booty quake. TC Pool on the track, he's the one to blame. Making booties twerk and shake, causing booty quake. Quake is shaking, manifest the booty quake. Shaking and now the shaking, mama, the twerk when his heart explodes. Booty quake, when you fit, man, it's hard to take. Booty quake, can you feel the rumble? Oh, baby, it's the power of the music making booties crumble. Booty quake part 2, twerk when blazing, thought you knew. Hips popping, cheeks clapping, right on board the TC Falcon. Shake it, manifest the booty quake. Shake it up, shake it, mama, the twerk when it's hard to take. Booty quake, when you feel the rumble. Shake it, TC, it's the power of the music making booties crumble. When we got to the city, people twerking everywhere. Up, down, left, right, twerk, wind, fill the air. I knew the place was popping when Dinkelheimer took a shit. Shake it, manifest the booty quake. Shake it up, shake it, mama, the twerk when it's hard to take. Booty quake, when you feel the rumble. Shake it, TC, it's the power of the music making booties crumble. The mayor's twerking, the nuns is twerking. Even old granny got them old cheeks twerking. It's a twerk fest, baby, we're covered in sin. A twerk west, a city powered by twerk wind. Shake it, manifest the booty quake. Shake it up, shake it, mama, the twerk when it's hard to take. Booty quake, when you feel the rumble. Shake it, baby, it's the power of the music making booties crumble. The city was saved by the twerk when made, harnessed by the twerk turbines. TC Pool, you saved another planet with your top turn buck wild mind. Shake it, manifest the booty quake. Shake it up, shake it, mama, the twerk when it's hard to take. Booty quake, when you feel the rumble. Shake it, baby, it's the power of the music making booties crumble.
The forests ignite in a blaze of crimson, gold, and embered orange, their canopies glowing like stained glass under the light of 3 moons. Leaves fall not in silence but with a whispering chorus, each one carrying a memory of summer, each one a soft note in the ballad of the land. The rivers run slow and heavy, gleaming with copper light as they wind through pumpkin fields and mushroom groves. In the Melody Mountains, the air carries the scent of buck-bottom longleaf, mingled with cider spice and thunderbrew. The wind moves differently in this season. It sighs, it hums, as if the land itself were preparing for sleep. Boomtown throbs with its own rhythm. Lanterns of carved gourds flicker in windows, casting mischievous shadows across cobblestone streets. The mink dinks celebrate with song and laughter, their hats bobbing through market stalls lined with candied roots and roasted chestnuts. Drums echo from the square, drawing crowds in dance that lasts until dawn. But autumn here is not only warmth and harvest, it carries an edge of shadow. Lord Brangus's keep rises black against the scarlet sky, a reminder that even as the land glows in beauty, darkness sharpens its teeth. Travelers speak of ghostly lights in the forests, of whispers from the old stone cairns, and of the restless dead who stir when the nights grow long. The Funklands in autumn are a tapestry, woven from abundance and loss, joy and dread, laughter and mourning, a fleeting glory before the frost. And to walk beneath its trees in this season is to feel both the celebration of life and the inevitability of its passing, folded together, like melody and harmony in the same eternal song.
Something I say in the book is that the audience comes last. And I believe that. I'm not making it for them. I'm making it for me. And it turns out that when you make something truly for yourself, you're doing the best thing you possibly can for the audience. So much of why, if you go to the movies, so many big movies are just not good. It's because they're not being made by a person who cares about it. They're being made by people who are trying to make something that they think someone else is going to like. And that's not how art works. Art doesn't, that's something else. It's not art. That's commerce. So if we're making art, we're making, it's almost like a diary entry. So could I be concerned that someone else might not like my diary entry? It doesn't make sense. You know, it has nothing to do with
Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there. Okay, now we're back. Quebec. But trick question, plot twist, we've been here the whole time. What do we need to hop to? What do we need to bop to? What do we need to gap to? What do we need to bop to? Okay, we gotta get our shit together. First, we gotta go to the Dash. Dash Adams. In the meantime, we'll look at the sacred study of beanology. Let's go Let's get some tunes flowing here. Nyok. More like it. You know what I mean? Y'all don't know what I'm on. Y'all don't even be knowing what I'm talking about.
love though, baby. Don't you know I'm tired? Just an old friend, just an old friend to me. Now, old friend, you're gonna just let me be. It's a beautiful wind, out and down, blowing my song.
You're listening to KPP 101, the Quiet Storm. Autumn in the Funklands.
The Quiet Storm.
Gotta absorb the power of the moon. The blood moon.
to welcome all commanders to this facility. Please ensure you complete all documents as quickly as
Attention passengers aboard the TC Falcon. Join our Discord to help program me, Scarlet, and become a more integrated part of our next level streaming experience.
Unlawful behavior in and around the Stardock is not permitted. We thank governments for their cooperation. Ensure you have received authorization before entering the docking bay. If you don't have access permission, please exit the facility immediately. If you're unable to complete docking procedures within your time slot, you'll need to exit the bay and resubmit a docking request. Greetings to all visitors. Please alight to your side hand, and thanks for choosing this facility. Thank you for your cooperation. We would like to welcome all cars to this facility. Please ensure you complete all docking procedures within the allocated time.
Thank God me and Gene, I got my pump back, man. You know the Pythons are ready, the largest arms in the world.
Job's done.
This facility offers a range of services. Check your information panel after docking for more details. Unlawful behavior in and around the Stardock is not permitted. We thank governments for their cooperation. Ensure you have received authorization before entering the docking bay. If you don't have access permission, please exit the facility immediately.
Living down on me, and I can feel it. Blue lights touching me, and all these things into position. All these things will one day swallow whole. Fade out again. This machine will not communicate. There's a strain I am under. I'll be your world child and form a circle before we all go under. Fade out again. Pancakes, dead birds, scream as they fight for life. I can feel them, can feel its beady eyes, and all these things into position. All these things we one will swallow. And fade out again.
before calendars.
Mama, 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 bug fever's running everywhere. Yeah, mama, 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 you can smell it in the air. You know we've got to find a way to get bug fever the fuck out of here today. My father saw you in Boomtown just the other day. Oh, now my father is in a great haze. You got bug fever the other day. I think you sat there and called me gay. He's telling lies right before my eyes. Don't call
You're listening to KPP 101, The Quiet Storm. Autumn in the Funklands.
You're dead, you passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away. You're dead, you passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you passed away. You're dead, you passed away to the great yon where skeletons play. The bones they dance, the spirits in glee, where a noob like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away. If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, well, dead, you're dead, well, dead, you've passed away. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch, you really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus, you're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. You're a vile one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile, Mr. Grinch. Given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile. You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, westy skunk. Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul is full of gunk, Mr. Grinch. Maybe the chick's the seasick crocodile, as you kiss the same old dry one, Kristen just for dial. You're a boys of Mr. Grinch. When you call me gay, I will call you gay. When you call me gay.
Attention passengers aboard the TC Falcon. Join our Discord to help program me, Scarlet, and become a more integrated part of our next level streaming experience.
Sometimes just blinking, you might miss it when you close your eyes. It's been a while since we kicked it, but the answer's on the line tonight. Oh, I got her in the palm of my head. She knows I love her, and I got her. I thought I lost
to achieve failure. You have to take it that far. Nobody wants to go that far. It's too scary. But you know something? I got news for you. That's where winning is. It always has been.
My competitive spirit is to be the best at anything you can do. You know, if I'm in a McDonald's flipping hamburgers, I'm gonna be the best goddamn hamburger flipper they got. But when I got a guy putting a ceiling on what I can be or saying that I can't do something, well, that's when you fucked up, because I'll prove your ass wrong every single time. Because I ain't afraid of hard work, and I'll outwork every motherfucker that there is to get where I want to go.
Lurkington Coat Factory, where you're going to like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
Attention passengers aboard the TC Falcon. Join our Discord to help program me, Scarlet, and become a more integrated part of our next level streaming experience.
Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
0.5.23. We executed at 04074230. Over.
Roger, you have all your numbers now?
Following airlock depress valve closed. steady state of 1 amp, you will of course know that the fan has dropped off the line. If that happens, we want you to cycle the fan switch off and then back on again, and keep repeating the procedure for 30 minutes.
Okay, Roy, and I just got into the hard upper torso, and I'm on the hardline comm now.
Segment 1.
Roger, read your line clear. Madrid, stand by for QT. Madrid, contact
100%.
Roger, Madrid, thank you.
Motor PPO2, caution warning.
Yeah, the PPO2. Have you gone back to 3.6?
Again, Bob, you're coming through broken.
Yeah, Bill, have y'all gone back to 3.6 on the PPO2 caution warning?
No, we haven't.
Okay, thank you.
think what you hear is somebody's wireless comm battery going bad.
Okay.
Roger, it's stereo dim. Still burner. Okay. Operate. Still burner. Okay, power on and we have a continuous barber pole. Give us the word over so an ammo copy.
Okay, overview as follows. Return to normal temp at day 4.
We'd like to select Omni Bravo now. Roger, Houston, Omni Bravo.
On 3, just letting you know, those gloves should be attached to the sleeves that you're retrieving in the procedure.
Sorry, say again?
The size 5 gloves you're looking for should be attached to the sleeves that you're retrieving in the procedure.
Okay, yeah, I looked in that drawer and they weren't there, so let me talk with Drew. He may have since stowed them in a different place for me.
Okay, copy that. In the meantime, we'll look down here as well.
Copy.
To what? Press ISO?
Roger, Colonel. The rates look like they're down again. Rapid, take it. Roger. We'd like to have you verify that all the vents are secured before we spin it up again. Good work. And 15, in this damping process, we'd like to make sure that all of the jets on 2 adjacent quads are disabled. Roger.
back.
We have nothing for you.
Okay, well, just keep standing by.
Roger.
No, we left the suits locked up the way they were in the airlock. Go ahead.
Unix station on 3 for stowage.
Go ahead, Alex, with you on 3.
Yeah, so as predicted, the 4257 is empty now. Do you want me to put that back in the empty CTB location, or do you want me to keep it in Columbus?
No, that's fine. You can put it back in the empty CTB pantry at your preference.
5 seconds, so yeah, I just missed that. I'll go back and do them again. Let's go ahead and do 10:37.
Okay, Roy, good news and bad news. Good news is the doors and they are closed and just to the point where I stopped its motion to make the check. The AC volt came on and the AC volt plate came on and AC1 phase Bravo dropped off. It is showing less than 50 volts and 0 amps. I got into the Orbit Ops pocket checklist. I stopped at step 2 thinking you might want to
This facility offers a range of services. Check your information panel after docking for more details.